Good morning. The hour of 10 a.m. having come and gone, the House Executive Committee shall come to order.
Recording in progress.
Okay, before we get started, I do have one replacement letter from a speaker to read into the record, replacing permanent member Tarver with temporary member Avalar. As you can hear, my voice is fading. If I need to, I will turn it over to Vice Chair Rita. Clerk, please take the roll.
Williams.
Here.
Rita. Here. Spain. Here. Cavallo. Here. Davis-Meyer. Gordon Booth. Hammond. Hernandez-Lisa. Here. Ma. Here. Smith. West. Avalar. Here. 7 members present. 7 members present.
With 7 members present.
No, it's 9 members.
9 members present. We do have a quorum. We have established a new subcommittee, the Study Subcommittee, and we will be referring 2 bills to that subcommittee this morning, House Bill 1146 and House Bill 4825. And the purpose of this committee is to give important issues more time for discussion and consideration. On the list for today, we have these bills in this approximate order. House Bill 5024, House Bill 5045, House Bill 4725, House Committee Amendment Number 1, House Bill 5187, House Bill 5379, House Bill 4196, House Committee Amendment Number 2, House Bill 5391, House Committee Amendment Number 1, House Bill 4545, House Bill 4274, House Bill 5369, House Bill 5151, House Bill 5089, House Bill 5130, House Bill 5319, and House Bill 4340. We'll stand at ease for a moment. Can we please add Representative Gordon Booth to the roll? Okay, first up, Mr. Speaker, we're ready for you to present House Bill 5024.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the committee. Thank you for what you all do. Thank your staffs for what you do. You do a remarkable job. I'm here today to present House Bill 5024 because this is not an abstract policy debate for me. This is personal and it is deeply local. The Broadview Detention Facility sits in the heart of the district that I represent. And during Operation Midway Blitz last year, the people who live in and around that community did not just witness aggressive federal activity, they lived through trauma. Families were terrified, residents were shaken, protesters were met with force. Communities already carrying enough pain were forced to relive fear right outside their homes, their parks, their churches, and the places where children are supposed to feel safe. And now, as we see federal immigration enforcement agents descending on our nation's airports, that trauma is being reopened for the people in Illinois and especially the people of Broadview. That is why House Bill 5024 matters right now. This bill says something very simple and very reasonable. Detention facilities do not belong in the middle of our neighborhoods. They should not be next to schools. They should not be next to daycare centers. They should not sit beside parks, public housing, places of worship, or private homes like the Broadview Detention Center does. Because when a detention center is dropped into the middle of a residential community, it doesn't just affect the people inside that building. It affects every child walking to school, every senior looking out their window, and every family trying to live in peace. This bill is about public safety. It is about human dignity. And it is about drawing a clear line and saying that Illinois communities should not be forced to serve as staging grounds for fear and intimidation. We cannot control every action of the federal government, but we can decide what kind of communities we are willing to build, protect, and defend here in Illinois. We can control what we can control. And that's why we are here today. I believe we have a responsibility to say clearly, our neighborhoods are for families, not fear. I would respectfully ask for your support of House Bill 5024 to send it to the floor. I do know that the mayor of Broadview is prepared to offer testimony here virtually and be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we turn to witnesses, I will note that we have 248 proponents and one listed opponent. With your permission, Leader Spain, may I waive the reading of those? As the speaker noted, we are joined by Mayor Katrina Thompson virtually. Mayor, welcome, and we're glad you're here. Please get started. Go ahead and when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Speaker and members of the committee. My name is Mayor Katrina Thompson, and I serve as the mayor of the Village of Broadview.
Can you hold a moment, Mayor? We're working on volume. Can you hear? No. We're having some trouble with audio. Please hold a moment, Mayor. In the meantime, can I please add Leader David Smear to the roll? One moment. Mayor, can you try again, please?
Hi, is the volume better now?
Okay. No, give us another moment. We have IT on the way.
Okay. Yes.
We're working with the mayor to make sure she's online and she's going to log back in and out. We'll give that a shot. IT is on the case. Okay, ready to give it another try, Mayor?
Can you hear me now?
Try again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We got you, Mayor.
Okay, good.
Thank you. All
You're
right. When you're ready, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Speaker and members of the committee. My name is Mayor Katrina Thompson. I serve as the mayor of the Village of Broadview in Cook County. I'm here today in strong support of House Bill 5024. Broadview is a small non-home rule community of approximately 8,000 residents. While we may be small in size, we are on the front lines of decisions that are often made far beyond our control, particularly when it comes to federal operations. Let me be clear that proximity matters. In Broadview, we have residents who live as close as 600 feet away from the ICE facility. That is not statistic, that is people. Families, children, individuals whose daily lives are impacted by what happens around that facility. Where detention facilities are located has a direct impact on neighborhoods, on families, and on overall sense of safety and stability in a community. When facilities are placed too close to homes, parks, schools, and place of worship, the burden is not theatrical. It is lived every single day. In Broadview, we're navigating the presence of federal ICE operation. While we do not have authority over that operation, we are responsible for everything that surrounds it. Our police department manages traffic, protest activity, and public safety. Our fire department remains ready in an unpredictable environment. Our roads, our businesses, and residents observe the impact, and as a non-home rule municipality, our tools are limited. And let me equally be clear about costs. The Village of Broadview has already lost over $700,000 in direct and indirect impact associated with this facility, including public safety resources, operational strain, and economic disruption to local businesses. For a small community like ours, this is not just a number. That is a significant burden on our taxpayers. And yet there has been no reimbursement. If the federal government chooses to operate in our communities, Then there also must be a mechanism to reimburse municipalities for the costs we are faced to observe. That is a matter of fairness, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. This is why this legislation is necessary. House Bill 5024 creates clear, common sense boundaries that prioritize people over placement. It recognizes that communities deserve a buffer, especially in areas where families live, learn, worship, and gather. This bill is not about politics. It's about public safety, quality of life, and fairness. It is also about relief. Relief for communities like Broadview that are carrying both the physical and financial weight of decisions made far beyond our authority. For too long, municipalities like Broadview have been expected to manage the consequences of decisions we did not make or cannot control. Without protection and without compensation, House Bill 5024 begins to correct that imbalance by setting standards that respect the integrity of our neighborhoods. I strongly urge this body to move this bill forward and to continue advancing policy that ensure municipal reimbursement for federally driven impacts on local communities. Because no community, no matter how small, should be overlooked when it comes to safety, dignity, and thoughtful land use. Broadview may be a small fish in the big pond, but our residents living just hundreds of feet from this facility deserve the same protections as any other community in this state. And they should not have to bear the financial burden for decisions they did not make. Thank you for your time and your leadership. And I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mayor, for your testimony and your patience. Do we have any other witnesses? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the mayor. I just want to add a couple of facts for the record to further bolster the mayor's testimony. This bill would prohibit these types of facilities within 1,500 feet. Within 1,500 feet of the Broadview facility, where we have seen tear gas, massive amounts of protesters, massive amounts of police officers, cement barricades. We have a park within 1,500 feet. It's actually between 1,200 and 1,400 feet. We have 2 daycare centers within 1,500 feet. We have a mega house of worship within 1,500 feet, and several private residences within 1,500 feet along 25th Avenue and 23rd Avenue. And all of these homes are being directly impacted by facilities like this. And you can imagine what the tear gas is doing to the community in communities like this because of how it travels. And so that's why a bill like this is so important, and we would ask for approval here today.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to testify? Okay, seeing no one, do we have questions or comments from members? Leader Davidsmeyer.
Mr. Speaker, would this bill not allow that current facility to continue to operate?
Meaning, is it retroactive?
Meaning,
would it close
does the federal government currently own the building that is there, and would that have an effect on that current facility? Would it go back and say you can no longer be here?
Hold on one second. The way it's currently written, it's not retroactive.
Okay, I can certainly appreciate that. And the other question that I have is if this is a problem for schools, daycares, houses of worship, public parks, all these things, would you be willing to say that none of those can be built within 1,500 feet of a detention facility?
You don't want parks and schools built in your community? You'd rather have a detention center?
No, I'm saying if the detention center is a danger to those things, if there's a current detention center, would you say that they shouldn't be built within 1,500 feet of a detention center?
No, I'm saying a detention center shouldn't be within 1,500 feet of those facilities.
I understand. So you're saying that a current detention facility that houses of worship should still be able to be built within 1,500 feet, but the detention facility just shouldn't be able to be built within 1,500 feet, which is the same thing. It's just which came first.
The way this bill is written, it's regarding detention centers coming into communities. We want schools and parks built in our communities. We don't want detention centers.
I absolutely agree. I wish there wasn't a need for detention centers, certainly. What about jails? Does this affect jails?
This does not impact jails.
Okay. Prisons?
It does not impact prisons.
Okay. What was the other? Where was that other sheet? So my understanding is that the Ninth Circuit of Appeals in California ruled that a ban on private ICE detention facilities interferes with the enforcement of federal laws by denying ICE the ability to use private facilities to house immigrants detained by the agency for deportation. Is this a law that we're passing to provide more work opportunity for the Attorney General of the state of Illinois? Are we just looking for a lawsuit?
Let me respond to this a couple of different ways. First of all, this is not the Ninth Sub-Circuit. We live in the Seventh Circuit, and it's very different than the Ninth Circuit. Number two, this is Illinois. I wake up every day saying, thank God we live in Illinois. I don't want a detention center in my community, and you shouldn't want one either. But this is not a ban. This is saying they should not be built within 1,500 feet of these facilities.
I'd certainly appreciate the similar setbacks in my communities on other things, but I certainly understand what you're trying to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Anyone else seeking recognition? Leader Hernandez.
Speaker, I can't thank you enough for bringing forward this bill. I had thought through the Way Forward Act, we had taken care of it. And what has transpired in Broadview and what this center was really intended to do was a processing center that will only hold about 12 people or so, and what it has become, it is necessary what you are doing. So thank you very much, and let's see if this takes care of it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Okay, Leader Gordon Booth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't live in Cook County or in the city of Chicago. I live at the heart of this state, and I believe that people throughout this state would agree with the sentiment of this legislation. This is truly common sense legislation, and I would appreciate it if I could be added to this bill as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Leader. Will do.
Okay, seeing no one else seeking recognition, Representative Leader Hernandez moves do pass on House Bill 5024. And I also want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for bringing this, and please add me as well. With that, is there leave? Okay, partisan leave being granted.
8 in favor.
A vote of 8 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 present. House Bill 5024 is recommended, is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next up, we'll hear from Representative Mayfield. To present on House Bill 5045. Okay, are we ready? Please go ahead and proceed with House Bill 5045. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. House Bill 5045 is a collaborative effort between our State Treasurer's Office and the Governor's Office, as well as myself and Senator Johnson. For those of you that don't remember, this bill did pass.
Can we have some order? Excuse me, sorry. Shh.
Thank you. This bill did pass both the House, the Senate, went to the Governor's office. It was vetoed. Even though we had the votes to override his veto, we chose to work with the Governor's office. And the amendment that is on this bill is the agreed language between both agencies and both representatives that are presenting this bill. This bill basically establishes a nonprofit investment pool that will allow greater savings to our nonprofit organizations, and we do have our state treasurer here today to testify.
Before we go to our witness, what is the status of the amendment?
I'm sorry?
The status of the amendment.
It should have been posted to committee.
Okay, let's check on that.
Yeah, we definitely want to adopt that amendment.
He was not looking.
Great. With that, we'll turn to the treasurer. I'm so pleased that you're here. Welcome, Mr. Treasurer.
Great. Thank you, Chair Williams. Minority Spokesperson Spain, thank you for having me here today. Representative Mayfield did a great job explaining about this bill. This is the third time it has come through. I think we had the votes to override a veto, but we decided to work with the governor to pass legislation. It was a long process, but we've got something with this amendment that I think should pass muster. Happy to answer any questions. We have longer remarks, but I think it has been discussed before.
Okay, we're first going to go ahead and adopt the amendment. Oh, I apologize. The amendment is still in rules, so we'll have to return to consider the amendment at another time. But we will go ahead and move the bill and come back for the amendment.
That works for us.
Okay, great. No worries. Okay, so I do note that there are 36 proponents and 3 opponents. With your permission, Leader Spain, I will waive the reading of those. Do we have questions or comments for the witnesses? Leader Spain.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Mayfield and Treasurer Frericks, for being here, and Chief of Staff from here. Could you just give us an overview on some of the negotiation with the governor's offices and the changes that have been made? I remember some perhaps hypothetical examples that were thrown out in the governor's veto message, and how they have been cured as a result of changes with this bill.
I'd be happy to answer that. So as you're aware, the governor vetoed this legislation last year. We entered into negotiation over the last few months. We've worked with the governor's staff to reach agreement on amendment language that addresses some of his concerns. And so there are some changes. House Amendment 1, when it comes forward, will reflect agreement with the governor's office. Some of those underlying changes are providing that nonprofits are not eligible to participate in the investment pool if they are on certain suspension, debarment, or stop payment lists for the state or federal government. Specific categories of nonprofit organizations that are allowed to participate in the pool, including labor organizations registered with the U.S. Department of Labor, previous grantees or sub-grantees of the state, organizations whose mission involves certain purposes or causes, such as food banks and food pantries, affordable housing or housing assistance, environmental protection and preservation, and services for seniors and people with disabilities.
Thank you. I know that this program exists in other states, correct, Treasurer? Is it a commonplace program that other treasurers' offices run throughout the country?
It is not a common practice, but it's a program that's been run in the state of Pennsylvania for several years.
Okay. Under different treasurers of different political affiliations and
as a matter of fact, in both, the current treasurer is a Republican, her predecessor was a Democrat.
Okay. And that, kind of what I'm getting at with my line of questioning is to just understand when the amendment comes forward, if it cures some of the issues raised. I mean, the governor specifically raised an issue about what I would characterize as a right-wing political organization. Fair point. Equally would be concerned about organizations on the other end of the spectrum. So is your intent, and is it the intent of the amendment, that those types of organizations would be ineligible for participation in this pooling?
Yeah, I would say that the governor's office has concerns that it was too broad, that multiple could get in. We restricted it. We specified specific types of organizations out there. It is not our intent to work with any organizations that advocate violence, that aren't in compliance with state rules. And so someone's definition of extreme might be different, but I would say that extremist groups on both sides that can't qualify for federal or state grants would not be able to participate in this.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
They tried to, through all of the various examples, to limit who could participate here, but some people may find that the Boy Scouts of America are extremists as well.
Sure. And to your point then, if an organization is ineligible for federal grant dollars, they are ineligible for participation under this program?
Yeah, that's the,
We're getting the actual language here.
not be on the Illinois Stop Payment List under GATA, which is tied to federal regs.
Yeah. So not to be on the Illinois Stop Payment List established under the Grant Accountability and Transparent Act, which I believe includes federal. Alan, would you like to?
Alan Mayer, Chief of Staff to Treasurer Frericks. Leader Spain, in response to your question, it doesn't tie, it ties through GATA, which is tied to a OMB circular that the feds issue on who's eligible. One of the ways that you can become eligible for participation is to be GATA certified. One of the ways that you're automatically knocked out is if you are GATA debarred, essentially.
Okay, I understand that, but GATA is a creation, it's our creation in Illinois, and just trying to connect the dots to any federal exclusion.
May I?
Yeah. Oh, go
Because
ahead,
part of the, I do the GATA training. Part of the GATA training is you have to you have to sign up for a SAMS.gov, which is federal, and you have to have your DUNS number, which is also federal. So all of those things tie into our GATA system. So when they flag SAMS.gov or the DUNS system, it automatically flags GATA. So and again, also with the IRS, your FEIN number ties into the GATA system. So we have multiple federal connections within GATA.
That helps a lot. Thank you, Representative Mayfield. Thank you.
Okay, Leader Davidsmeyer.
Just really quick, can you give me a better understanding of the scope of who will be able to be involved in this pool? You mentioned Boy Scouts of America, which is Scouting USA now. Would they be allowed to participate in this, or would they not?
Yes, I believe so. We're looking for the actual language here that would probably qualify them. Nope.
I understand, certainly understand not wanting extremist groups to be, to invest money for those extremist groups. I just want to make sure we're not just picking specific winners and losers that are able to.
There are broad categories out there. The idea is that there are nonprofits out there delivering positive results in our communities. And they frequently have some fund balances, but their fund balances aren't so large that they can go out and hire an investment professional. And they're stuck either with bank savings accounts, which are low interest, or they have to tie their money up in a long-term CD. And some of them just don't have that kind of money. And so the idea is the governor was worried about extremist groups participating, but we want to make sure that charities that are helping our children, helping people who have hunger issues or housing issues, the people are volunteering their time, we can help them earn more dollars through interest income so that they can provide for our communities.
Yeah, man, I certainly understand that goal. So I appreciate the goal for sure. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else seeking to be recognized? Okay. Again, to refresh, we will see you back here with the amendment. Thank you for all your work on this bill. Seeing no one else seeking recognition, Leader Avalar moves to pass on House Bill 5045. Is there leave?
11 in favor.
Okay. Leave being granted on a vote of 11 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 voting present. House Bill 5045 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you. Next up, the leader of the order of Leader Hoffman. Leader, when you're ready, are you going to start with 4725, House Committee Amendment Number 1?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I would ask that we adopt the amendment.
Okay. Representative Jahan Booth moves to adopt on House Committee Amendment Number 1. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, House Bill 4725 is amended is an initiative of the Illinois Attorney General's Workplace Rights Bureau. The main goal is to ensure that investigations that have been conducted by the AG's office are done in a timely and efficient manner while accomplishing its mission of protecting employment rights of Illinois residents. The Workers' Protection Enforcement Authority and the scope of the AG's authority under House Bill 4725 simply to clarify to allow Assistant Attorney General Jack Kramer, as well as Legislative Liaison Carlos Arnado, who are here to testify briefly and answer any questions.
Okay, why don't you go ahead? I will note before we start, we do have three proponents, we have the Illinois Attorney General listed as a proponent, and in terms of opposition, we have the IMA, the Illinois Chamber, and the Illinois Road and Transportation Builders, as well as NFIB, and I believe we'll be hearing from some of them, but first we'll hear from the proponents.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the committee. Good morning. My name is Jack Kramer. I'm an Assistant Attorney General in the Workplace Rights Bureau in the Office of the Illinois Attorney General. I'm here urging you to support House Bill 4725. Since 2019, our Bureau has been empowered by the Attorney General Act to enforce our state's employment laws. We focus on cases where large numbers of workers are affected, or violations are particularly egregious, or workers face structural barriers to protecting their own rights, and often cases where all three of those are the case. Our work helps free up resources for the Illinois Department of Labor to investigate the huge number of individualized complaints that IDOL receives. Our investigation and enforcement efforts have helped return millions of dollars in stolen wages to workers. They've helped protect law-abiding businesses from low-road competitors, and they've helped stop workplace discrimination and protect children from dangerous work environments. House Bill 4725 will help us to be even more effective at a time when state-level enforcement of employment laws is more important than ever. Our Bureau relies on several key tools to conduct our investigations. We issue interrogatories and subpoenas for documents. We take depositions of employers, their agents, and employees, and we work directly with workers to understand the problems that they're facing at their workplaces. However, our investigations often face roadblocks. Some employers refuse to comply with subpoenas, which forces us to engage in lengthy court battles to obtain the information we need. Some employers have outright destroyed records rather than produce them to us. Sometimes employers threaten and intimidate workers to prevent them from assisting in our investigations. This bill aims to deal with these obstacles by clarifying how we can use our existing investigative tools, codifying some other existing practices, and expanding the tools we have to deal with non-cooperating employers. House Bill 4725 will clarify that we can issue interrogatories in addition to subpoenas for documents. It'll codify the process for enforcing our subpoenas in court. It will allow us to conduct site visits of places of employment, much like the Illinois Department of Labor and the United States Department of Labor. And it will codify common law enforcement of the government informer's privilege, which allows us to protect the identities of workers who provide information to the Bureau until it's necessary to disclose them, unless and until it's necessary to disclose them in a court proceeding. And it will provide a framework for the issuance of civil search warrants when there is an imminent need to obtain access to an employer's premises or records, while also providing protections for employers in that warrant process. These changes will help bring our Bureau's authority in line with other agencies. They will streamline our investigations and allow us to help more workers. And this authority is especially important now as the federal government has severely cut its enforcement of employment laws. By some estimates, the U.S. Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division has recovered 90% less in owed wages and penalties than it did in previous years. This bill will help us step in and fill this gap to protect workers. It will also help protect the overwhelming majority of law-abiding businesses in Illinois from unfair competition from employers who cut corners. Thank you for your time and consideration. I am happy to answer any questions you have about my testimony or about the bill.
Okay, thank you. Would you also like to say a few words, or are you waiting for questions? Good. Okay, great. Do we have anyone from the opposition wishing to testify? Okay, please approach. There's a space at the end, or we can move back.
You can have a chair.
Please. And Ms. Garza, why don't we start with you?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Gabriela Garza. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at the Illinois Manufacturers Association. I do want to apologize for my voice this morning.
Can you sit over there?
We'd like to start a caucus.
Yeah, I know.
I want to thank you all for the opportunity to come before you today. I also want to start off by thanking Leader Hoffman and the Attorney General's office for their time and willingness to work with the IMA and hear our concerns on House Bill 4725. While we have had several discussions on the bill, the latest amendment does not address our main concerns, and we remain opposed. Our continued opposition reflects our concern about the expansion of power for the Attorney General's office. Our understanding of this change is that the Attorney General's office would be granted more authority than law enforcement or other agencies like the Department of Labor and OSHA. Sorry. Oh, okay. This authority also has no thresholds that must be met before being exercised by the Attorney General. So while we agree that bad actors should be the target of these actions, this authority can broadly apply to any complaint. We had several other concerns as well that we discussed in detail with the Attorney General's office, including the ability to access confidential records that would otherwise require a court order, some ambiguity behind requiring employers to make all reasonable efforts to cooperate with the investigation, and several other concerns that were not alleviated through the complaint or through the amendment. I would also like to say that we're opposed to the inclusion of a Class A misdemeanor for withholding documents. And we're always happy to continue working on the bill if given the opportunity. We did provide language on Monday that we are aware will not be accepted by the Attorney General's office. Again, we're always happy to continue the conversations, but for these reasons, we're asking for a no vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think your voice sounds excellent. Next up.
Hi, good morning. Jordan Ryan, Illinois Chamber of Commerce. Madam Chair and Mr. Spokesperson. I just wanted to say the Illinois Chamber is opposed, but we're hopeful that we can get to a place of maybe neutrality. We are, just as recently as before this committee, still speaking with the AG's office. We appreciate not only this sponsor's efforts on this, but also the Senate sponsors. And I'm just here to answer any kind of questions that may come up as to the nature of the negotiations. I do think Gabby did a fantastic job on highlighting our shared concerns as well as with NFIB. So thank you.
Would you like to respond? Okay, we'll go to members. Does anyone have questions or comments? Leader Spain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leader Hoffman, you're quite often involved in negotiation of large bills like this, and it's quite often that you have an intention of bringing the different parties together. Can you speak about your intention on this bill? Is this an item that we'd put on the hold it on second and keep working on it bucket, or maybe talk to us about what you see going forward?
So it's my understanding that several items are contained in this amendment. There will be another amendment, a second amendment, and that the opponents did provide some input that I think, according to the Attorney General's office, they thought went a little bit too far. So I intend to convene everyone either during the break or our first week back to try and see if we can, meet in the middle. But I don't believe that, as of right now, I don't believe that I'm willing to hold it on second reading. I think there's been many concessions regarding Freedom of Information Acts, language codified the right to quash subpoenas, language that codified the right to an attorney, requested to change timelines for which a business could start to quash the subpoena, as well as requesting to add normal business hours, reasonable times to the language when the OAG can show up to conduct a site visit. I think there are some other outstanding issues. I'll acknowledge that, and I respect the position of the opponents, and I'll try and see if we can come together. But I think sometimes you reach an impasse. I'll try not to reach that impasse, but if we do, I don't believe we should hold it because there's been a lot of, I believe, movement.
Well, I hear you saying that you're maybe not holding it on second in perpetuity, but we will see an amendment.
Yes,
so
totally, yes.
so
So we'll be back.
this is coming back to us.
Yes.
Okay, I'll request partisan leave for now and look forward to the results of Leader Hoffman's negotiations.
Okay, thank you, Leader.
Would you like to be part of that? Okay.
Would anyone else like to ask questions of the panel? Okay. Seeing that there's no one else seeking recognition, Leader Smith moves that House Bill 4725 do pass as amended, with partisan leave having been granted.
8 in favor.
On a vote of 8 in favor, 3 opposed, and 0 voting present, House Bill 4725 as amended is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you all. One moment. I'd like to add Leader Hammond to the roll. I'd also like to, before we go to Leader Hoffman's next bill, acknowledge, wow. How apropos. I wanted to announce a special guest we have in the committee room today. We are joined by Leader Rita's grandson, Mario Rubino. Can you stand up and give a wave to the committee, Mario? Welcome. Mario, we're recognizing you. Welcome to committee. All right, Leader Hoffman, back to business. House Bill 5187, let's get it done.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. House Bill 5187 amends the Southwestern Illinois Metropolitan Regional Planning Commission. Unbelievably, currently the commission has 127 members. It's not workable and has not been able to be workable for some time. The idea has been, and this was formed even before I first got elected in order to provide service ages ago. Yeah, when I was here serving with Lincoln, this thing was formed before that, right? It wasn't really formed before that. But anyway, what the function of the Southwestern Illinois Metropolitan Regional Planning Commission is to help for long-term planning for the entire metropolitan area. So what we would do is reform the board, take it from 127 members to 34 commissioners, with 27 voting members and 7 non-voting members. This is a local initiative. I think everyone in my area, or I know everyone in my area who is involved in planning has signed off on this, and it makes sense.
Okay, thank you. I see the City of Red Bud as listed as a proponent. Do we have any members seeking recognition? Okay. With that, Leader Rita moves House Bill 5187 do pass as their leave, with leave being granted on a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 voting present. House Bill 5187 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee.
Is Leader Windhorst available? Please. We'll welcome Leader Windhorst to the table to present House Bill 5379.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. House Bill 5379 is actually a repealer. It repeals Public Act 103-653. That public act authorized the Adjutant General to convey a parcel of real property in the city of West Frankfort, which was the armory there, to the city of West Frankfort. In August of last year, the mayor of West Frankfort notified the Department of Military Affairs that the city no longer has the financial means to accept the property. By repealing that public act that I referenced, that will allow the Department of Military Affairs to sell the vacant property by a formal bidding process. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Leader. I see listed as a proponent is the Illinois Department of Military Affairs. Do members have questions or comments? Seeing none, Leader Spain moves to pass on House Bill 5379, with leave being granted on a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 voting present. House Bill 5375 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you so much. We now welcome Leader DeLuca to the table to present House Committee Amendment Number 2 to House Bill 4196. And to refresh the members, we have had subject matter testimony on this item already. Would you like to adopt the amendment first?
Yes, please.
Great. Leader Rita moves to adopt on House Committee Amendment Number 2. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to provide subject matter and also present the bill today. So I appreciate that. House Bill 4196 is really an initiative of the taxpayers in my district and across the state of Illinois. Where this came from is over decades, from time to time, we would see in the newspaper or on social media about government-issued, taxpayer-funded local government credit card use that is excessive, that would be used for first-class travel, fine dining, sometimes personal expenses. And when the public is made aware of that, they're outraged. And they're demanding some reform and accountability and demand that something should be done, especially with the way the taxpayers have been hit with property taxes in the south suburbs and in other areas, which is why I brought forth this Credit Card Transparency Act, which would not prohibit a local government from using this credit card, but it would require a second step in the process where it would be approved not with the full bill run, but as a separate item at a meeting that the copy of the credit card statement, I want to clarify that, a copy of the credit card statement would be approved separately at their monthly meeting. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I know you've had some discussions with parties to get to this amendment. Can you just give us a quick update on that?
The original version required a website posting of the credit card statement. That was removed. And just want to clarify, which is why I said that I want to clarify in the record that the objective here is to have a copy of the credit card statement for approval, not an itemized statement of the itemized bill.
Okay, and I will note that for amendment number 2, we only have, three opponents, 2 opponents listed, and that is the Metropolitan Township Association and the Oak Brook. Just clarify that. And the Village of Oak Brook. And there are others that have indicated their concerns, but I see no one having filed a slip today. So I don't expect anyone to testify unless I'm advised. Okay. Anyone on the committee seeking to ask questions or provide comment? Okay. Seeing no one seeking recognition, Leader Avelar moves that House Bill 4196 do pass as amended. Is there leave? Leave being granted on a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 voting present. House Bill 4196 as amended is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Rick, Representative Ryan, why don't we go ahead and do your bill? You're here on House Bill 5089, correct? Great. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and Mario, if you're still here. This is HB 5089, and this is an initiative of CMS. HB 5089 would increase the dollar amount that triggers the governor's approval to pay settlements of public liability claims against the state of Illinois or state of Illinois employee. Currently, the governor must approve settlement amounts above $100,000. This bill would only require the governor's approval in cases selling for more than $250,000. I believe the CMS needs this done just to facilitate settlements in a more timely manner, and I believe the limit has not been raised in a significant period of time. I have Dana from CMS here to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you. I do see only one witness slip filed in support of the bill, and that's Dana Stroger from CMS. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Dana Soger with CMS. Happy to answer any questions, but I think the representative covered the gist of it.
Okay, do we have members seeking recognition? Okay. Leader Spain, you good? Okay. Seeing no one looking to be recognized, Leader Smith moves do pass on House Bill 5089. Is there leave? We'll do partisan leave on this. 8 in favor? All right, 8 in favor, 4 opposed, and 0 voting present. House Bill 5089 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Okay, Representative Blair Sherlock. On House Bill 4545. And a refresher, we have heard subject matter testimony on this before. And I know there's another bill on a similar topic, addressing a similar issue. And I think there's going to be ongoing discussions on this, if you're right. And if you want to address that in your testimony, go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee. Yeah, you may recall we were here about a week ago doing a subject matter on this, and we're agreeing to hold this on second for further discussion. But this is a bill that increases the audit threshold to bring it more in line with inflation. The amount for the audit threshold was set in 2002. It has not increased since 2002. So we're trying to increase it from around 850,000 to 1.5 million today. This would save the local, the smaller local governments substantial money, and it would also free up the auditors who are in short supply in the state. And as I said, we'd like to hold it for further discussion. I have Maura Freeman from the Parks here to answer any questions.
Okay, would you like to say a few words, or are you set? Okay.
It's a good bill, she said.
It's a good bill. Okay, in terms of witness slips, I do have 12 proponents listed, including the IML, Park Districts, Illinois Association of Counties, Library Association, and that's about it. Do members have questions or comments? Okay, I do want to thank you, Representative, for your graciousness and kind of working through this issue. It's something we all recognize as a problem and look forward to working with you to find the right solution, the right balance.
Absolutely.
So with that, Leader Rita moves do pass. House Bill 4545. Is there leave? Okay, leave being granted on a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 voting present. House Bill 4545 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think it makes sense to do Representative Manley's bill next. If I know you just rolled in, but we'd love, if that works, if you're ready. Take your time, settle in, and we look forward to hearing from you. While everyone gets settled, okay, while you're, since you're ready to go, we'll go ahead and, would you wish to adopt the amendment?
I do.
Okay. We'll start by adopting Committee Amendment Number 1, and Leader Rita moves do adopt on House Committee Amendment Number 1. All those in favor say aye, all opposed say nay. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Go ahead, Representative Manley.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm here to present House Bill 5391, the Government Report Enhancement and Transparency Act. This is an initiative of the Illinois CPA Society and the Township Officials of Illinois. Since 2020, you probably remember what that was like, there has been an increasing delinquency rate of local government compliance financial reporting. 42% of the units of local government required to file a financial statement audit are compliant. For 2025, there are 480 units of local government who are delinquent in compliance reporting and 299 units of local government who have multi-year delinquencies. The Seminole Local Government Audit Statute, Government Accounting Audit Act, and the, what is that word, progeny? Progeny of local, Marty's got big words. Progeny of local government audit statutes are from the 20th century and do not reflect 21st century standards and economics of scale, which has created the perfect storm that we are facing today. House Bill 5391 is one statewide single audit statute of 4 categories of government based on annual revenues with escalating reporting requirements. This is a 21st century financial reporting framework that provides a long-term solution to local government financial reporting, as opposed to assuaging symptoms and creating unintended downstream consequences. I'm sure in front of the committee you've had a lot of requests for thresholds for audits being raised. This is the problem we're seeking to solve. It is no secret that smaller units of government are experiencing substantial pressures in financial reporting. It's expensive. It's hard to find an auditor. This legislation will provide those smaller units of local government with relief while fulfilling the tenets of accountability and transparency of taxpayer dollars. When you raise thresholds, there is no examination of the books or records. Under our bill, thresholds are raised, and you don't necessarily have to have a full audit, but you do have an examination, an agreed-upon procedure examination, so the books are being looked at. And I think that's what taxpayers deserve. And the auditor can then be more of a partner with these small governments who are having difficulties finding not only someone that can keep the books accurately, but they can help keep their eye on the assets of the small government. And we'll take any questions.
Okay, and thank you for that. And again, this is an attempt to address the similar problem as the bill that we just heard, but uses a different approach.
Yes, and it'll be statewide for all local governments.
Okay, thank you. I will note that we have 5 proponents. For the sake of my voice, Leader, can I waive the reading of those? And 4 opponents, they're all on the record, as well as 3 people taking no position on the merits. Does anyone else wish to testify? Okay, go ahead.
May I say one more thing?
Of course.
I want to be on the record to say we have had many very productive conversations with some of the opponents. Those that have not filed, we're still talking to. The Comptroller's Office, DHS, we're talking to a lot of different organizations and entities that we want this bill to be able to help everyone. And I think we're almost there. So I just wanted to put that on the record. We continue to sit down and have great conversation. This is Marty Green from the CPA Society.
Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Marty Green, Senior Vice President, Legislative Counsel for the Illinois CPA Society. Delighted to be here today. On my left-hand side is Professor Dan Nugent, who is an accounting professor and also a CPA and a JD. For the past 2 years, Dan has been working on extensive research in the field, looking at small, medium, and large-sized governments to identify challenges that units of local government have been confronting in financial reporting. And this legislation is a byproduct of Professor Nugent and his students' work. So, Professor Nugent, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I'm just happy to answer any questions you have about the bill.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Mara Freeman from the Illinois Association of Park Districts. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Strategic Initiatives there. IAPD is currently opposed to this bill because we don't believe it's fully baked yet. I've spent a fair amount of time with Marty, and you've been very gracious to answer a lot of questions, but by your own acknowledgement, there's a dozen or so pretty significant gray areas that need a lot of addressing here. We're doing a massive statewide reform of a procedure that's been in place since, what, Marty, 68, I think, 1968. We need immediate relief, and you've just heard from Representative Blair Sherlock. That's what that bill would provide in the interim between this bill's longer out application date or effective date and today. Units of government are struggling today, but right now we continue to work with Representative Manley, and we look forward to continued discussions to get this bill to a place that's fully baked, and we'll continue those discussions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you all for all your work on this to date, everyone. Do we have members seeking? Go ahead, Leader Spain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And some questions for Leader Manley for you. According to my analysis, in the original bill, I have the Illinois Municipal League listed as an opponent due to preemption and mandates within the legislation. Am I correct that under Committee Amendment 1, the Municipal League is now it appears they've slipped as a proponent. Is that correct? Yes. General Green is nodding.
Expert negotiating, I would credit it to.
Can you talk about what changes in Amendment 1 brought the Municipal League forward as a, what were the adjustments that assuaged their concerns?
I wish I could be specific, Leader Spain, on that. The first and foremost, it's a massive bill, and then we did an amendment, and they took a second look at the amendment and moved their position. And I can't be specific on answering your question.
Okay. Question for the sponsor then. You've been working on this for such a long time, and we look to you for all things accounting and among many other things, of course. But explain a little bit about the balancing act that you tried to achieve in this legislation. Each and every one of us care deeply about transparency and good stewardship of public dollars. But then also the acknowledgement that we need to have some different standards, different thresholds, and how you work to balance the importance of transparency with the practicality for local governments.
That's a great question. We are so like-minded when it comes to this because, and Maura will even say this, we had a bill, I was working on a bill for the Park District, I don't know if it was last year or not, but my constant pushback, our discussion was about if we raise the threshold, no one is looking at the books. And the auditor is not necessarily an adversary in this equation. The auditor, I serve on the audit commission here, and I said these words yesterday in committee, the auditor is a partner in this. Everybody thinks the auditor is there to, do a gotcha thing, but what the auditor is there to do is make you better. And if we raise thresholds on small park districts that really don't have, first of all, the budget to pay for an audit, or maybe even the budget to have a person who's sophisticated in all things bookkeeping, right? We're putting them in jeopardy. They don't mean to make mistakes. They don't know any better. Under this bill, you can have an agreed-upon procedure, which includes 10 things, one of them being there's going to be a cash reconciliation. They're going to look at assets, right? The things that can go missing. There are things that would be looked at if we enacted this bill for those that want their thresholds raised that would be helpful. They don't have to have an audit, very expensive, and quite frankly, we keep using the word audit Armageddon. There aren't enough CPAs to do this, and audits with those assurances are very, very expensive. So I understand why some governments want to get out from under that requirement. But now what we're seeing happening is they can't afford it, so they don't have it. Now they're not in compliance with the state. So let's help them. Let's help them be better. Let's help the local governments like parks be able to use their money for programs. The taxpayers want to pay they want their tax money to go for what it's intended, rather than having it be for an audit, or perhaps if something happens, and through no one's fault. Bookkeeping is not easy. We make it seem easy. Accounting is not as, through 30 years of this, accounting is not the sexiest thing you can do, right? Accounting is kind of dry. But it's really important to the health of an organization, especially to small governments. And so we need to help them so that they can serve their constituencies the right way.
Good. So under the bill we just heard prior, the Park District Initiative to increase audit thresholds, would the enactment of this legislation then be helpful, at least to members of the General Assembly, in supporting that threshold adjustment? Because there are some other controls that exist based on what you're moving forward.
If I'm understanding the question correctly, you're saying there's governments that have had their audit threshold raised. They may fall within this category, but everyone, whether they have to have an audit or not, it depends on how much revenue they bring in, will have their books. There'll be a requirement to have the books looked at in what is called an AUP, an agreed upon procedure review. Did I answer that correctly?
You did.
Did she answer your question, Leader?
Yeah, but please.
I just, as a part of our legislation, just to piggyback what Leader Manley said, is there is a section that intricately goes into transition phases that will reset the existing Government Account Audit Act and its progeny to move it to the 4 categories of government that this legislation provides. Does that?
No, that answers it, and thank you for getting progeny onto the record again.
I'm going to look that word up as soon as we're done.
Thank you all. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I maybe have been remiss. Did I miss anyone wishing to testify? Okay, did you fill out a slip? Okay, please approach and go ahead when you're ready, and please introduce yourself for the record.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Adam Olstad, Office of the Controller. Yeah, we are supportive of the relief that's requested by this bill, as appears to be unanimous consent. But as prior testimony highlighted, this bill is a transformation of a decades-old process, and our primary concern is that the current implementation timeline treats it closer to the flip of a switch. So we'd like to thank the sponsor for her agreement to hold this for further discussion, and we look forward to those continued discussions producing a workable compromise to allow the bill to be implemented successfully.
Okay, great. Anyone else seeking to weigh in? Do members have any other questions? Okay, seeing no one else seeking recognition, Leader Smith moves to pass on House Bill 5391 as amended, with leave being granted on a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 voting present. House Bill 5391 as amended is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Representative Grassi with House Bill 5151. Okay, when you're ready, Representative Grassi to present 5151.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. I'm here to present HB 5151, the Automated License Plate Recognition System Act, ALPRS Act. It creates needed statewide regulations that set limits on when and how law enforcement agencies and government entities can use automatic license plate readers, otherwise known as ALPRs, how long they can retain the data, who can access that data, provides for transparency when in use, and accountability for misuse. use. I am aware, I want to state for the record, of opposition by members of law enforcement, and I'm committed to continuing to meet with them and learn more about their concerns and see what we can do in those conversations. And I'm asking for the bill to be voted out of committee with the commitment, I give you my commitment to hold on second while we continue our conversations with law enforcement. And I will come back with an amendment that will reflect our conversations and negotiations. But what I wanted just to mention first, I want to start by being very clear on the record that I support the use of ALPRs as a tool for public safety and for our law enforcement. I want to state that very clearly. When used appropriately, ALPRs help recover stolen vehicles, locate missing persons, and assist in solving serious crimes and deal with felony warrants and all of that. So I support their use for those reasons. And that is important, and it saves lives and it solves crimes. But HB 5151 recognizes something equally important, that these systems don't just collect data on suspects or bad actors, they also collect data on everyone, on all of us, every driver, every day, all the time. And that means we are creating databases of people's movements, the majority of whom are not suspected of any wrongdoing at all. So I always come back to the question with legislation, and I always ask who benefits from this and who is harmed. If this technology is truly about public safety, then the public should benefit, not just in safety, but also in the protection of their rights. That's what this bill is about, putting real guardrails in place. And so I do want to let you know that I have Kadeen Bennett here from the ACLU to answer any questions, and we also have Mayor Daniel Biss via Zoom to testify as well.
Thank you very much. I will note that we have in support 174 people weighing in as proponents and 103 as opponents. With your permission, Leader Spain, I will waive the reading of those. And shall we go to Mayor Biss? Is he available? With that, I will welcome my former colleague and current mayor of Evanston, Mayor Daniel Biss.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for giving me a chance to speak to this issue. My name is Daniel Biss. I serve as mayor of Evanston, but before that, spent 8 years as a member of the General Assembly, during which time I worked with the chair of this committee to try to pass legislation regulating the utilization of ALPRs by local law enforcement. We didn't get that done at the time. But then I became mayor of Evanston back in 2021, and we found our ALPRs to be very useful as a tool for public safety. We also found them to be a tool that comes with really significant risks and downsides. The vendor that we were using in Evanston was called Flock. You may have read about them, and it became evident during the course of the past year that Flock was sharing data relative to folks seeking reproductive care, and then also folks relative to immigration issues, eventually with CBP. And as we learned more about this, as we read a report put out by the Illinois Secretary of State, we concluded that our Flock cameras were putting our own residents at risk, that we were essentially facilitating the collection of data that could be used against our own residents. We took down the cameras. Flock then came and physically reinstalled them against our preferences. So we actually had to climb up these poles and put opaque bags over the camera so the data was no longer being collected to violate the privacy of our own residents. And that was a tough decision to make because, as I said, these cameras can be useful. And we felt that under the current legal environment in Illinois, we couldn't benefit from those upsides without putting our residents at really significant risk. So what's in this bill, I think, provides really important protections for local governments that could potentially allow a municipality like Evanston to once again use ALPRs. Just the fact of termination of the contract would have been really helpful to us when we were dealing with the issue of whether or not those cameras would be reinstalled. The granting of a private right of action to municipalities could be extraordinarily beneficial. And of course, the clarification that these tools can be utilized to track federal law enforcement entities when they're acting against the wishes of local municipal governments would be helpful as well. And so happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to share our experiences at Evanston with you guys.
Thank you so much, Mayor. It was a pleasure to have you in committee today. Does anyone wish to else, Ms. Bennett, would you wish to say a few words? Anyone else in favor of the bill? Okay, with that, we will turn to some opponents. Please approach the bench when you're ready. And Ms. Bennett, if you can stick around for questions.
Good morning. My name is Kenny Winslow. I'm the Executive Director for the Illinois Association of Chiefs of Police. Thank you for the honor to be here today to kind of talk about this bill. And thank you to Representative Grassley for saying that she's willing to meet with law enforcement to try to work through this and find some common ground. As she stated, this is a valuable public safety tool, probably the most valuable tool since the invention of DNA and being using DNA as an investigative tool. This is how every day our departments around the state are utilizing this technology to make our communities safer, to find people that are at risk, missing people, people that are suffering from dementia, solving crimes across the board. We agree that there should be certain guardrails in place. We've talked to manufacturers about them having to improve some of their products to put in safety enhancements in there. Additionally, though, there's a lot of false information that's floating around, some that's been floated to the legislator over the last few years, and our last few months, I should say, and we'd be more than happy to try to arrange a meeting with the main vendors here in the state. There's about 5 big vendors that work in the state and operate in the state. I think you guys having open conversations with them about their equipment, about their tools, and learning more about what they do and what they don't do would be beneficial. But again, for us, it really comes down to public safety. And again, we're open to guardrails, but one of the big things that we really have, this bill is such a dramatic change from what we have now to this is huge. And I've received more calls over this bill and similar bills like this right now that are in session than I have since probably the Safety Act. And I'm getting calls not just from my law enforcement members, but I'm getting calls from mayors and managers who have invested in this technology as they go forward and they've seen the benefits of it. I can bring chief after chief in here who will talk about how he solved a homicide, how he arrested a homicide suspect, how he recovered a girl. I think we all recognize the value in the tool. It's about how can we utilize that without making it overly burdensome and overly restrictive. And how do we maintain the data and secure the data without limiting the ability of investigative use? That's really what we're concerned about.
Thank you for that. Captain Thompson.
Hi. Morning, John Thompson, Illinois State Police. We're strongly opposed to this legislation. I'm approaching it from an intellectually honest position. The Illinois State Police has a law on ALPRs. You all just extended it again last year. It was House Bill 3339 with Representative Thaddeus Jones. The Illinois State Police has and accepted imposed regulations on our use of ALPRs. We only store the data for 90 days, although statute gives us 120 days. We only use it on serious forcible felonies. Just to show you, and as I told you last year, we're having a remarkable success on the expressways in Chicago. Expressway shootings are down 80% from their peak in 2021. In East St. Louis, we're using ALPRs. We reported the lowest homicide rate in decades in East St. Louis. In 2025, there were 15 homicides. Every one of them had a 100% clearance rate. And it's a wholesale approach to fighting this. And ALPRs are an extremely important piece of this tool. In this legislation, what I can say is it's basically giving you a camera, but it's not giving you any film. And for those of you who don't know what film is, it's now an SD card these days. But this would severely hamper our effectiveness. And I would also just close in saying what's at risk is the people who are committing forcible felonies, stolen vehicles, carjacking, terrorism, human trafficking. That's what's at risk. We'll catch you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to weigh in? Okay, how about members? Do we have questions for the panel? Okay, Leader Eveler.
Thank you, everybody. Just had a quick question. It is my understanding that the bill as written gives 3 days. Can you all hear me okay? Right. Do we know the reason why in the bill we're saying 3 days as to 4 or 5 or any other days? Would 3 days be enough time for law enforcement to conduct investigations?
That's our starting point with the ACLU. We believe that if it's non-hit data, so data that's not connected to a license plate that's been identified for finding a missing person, an Amber Alert, or for other kind of investigatory purposes, that 3 days can be a good starting point. As we've told different members of law enforcement, we're open to having conversations about it. We do know that most of the law enforcement entities who use Flock have it for 30 days, so there is a possibility of extending. So that's why we're more than happy to have those kinds of conversations with them. The thing we know for sure is indefinitely is a problem, and to have it too long is a problem as well, because it's not just license plates like when we first looked at legislation back in 2017, where it's just a picture of a license plate. Now with the advancement of technology, it's possible for those ALPRs to be videos, a whole car. Flock and Motorola, they now have these systems where you're able to do a search that says, I'm looking for this kind of car. It's connected to these kind of people. So the surveillance technology has expanded. So that's part of why a limitation is important.
Thank you.
If I could just respond to that. Victims of expressway shootings, they're not capturing the license plate number on their vehicles. They're telling us it was a blue car that shot at me. And that's why this technology is so successful and so needed.
Leader Rita.
If I heard that correctly, you're going to hold this, and this ain't moving forward, because I do want to point out something, and they're talking about these expressway shootings and carjackings that occurred in 2021 when it hit its peak, coming out of the Dan Ryan down 57. I want to believe was one of the highest areas of expressway shootings and carjackings, which runs right through my district. I want to say the state police has done a tremendous job using these cameras to keep the people safe in my district and the south side of Chicago. So I'd encourage you to hold this to try to work this out so that we come up with some good legislation that works.
Great point, Leader. And you had Mr. Winslow.
Yeah, I just want to respond to the previous question about if 3 days was enough. In my experience as a police officer and investigator, we don't know of crime sometimes for 6 months. We'll find a body 6 months later, and then we need to go back and backtrack. We get a tip about who may have been involved, and then we go back and we look at this data to put somebody at the scene, use it as an investigative lead. 3 days is nowhere near enough. Half the time we're not even reported. People don't even become concerned about their loved ones when they have 3 days. So to answer the question, no, 3 days would never be enough.
Got it. Did you want to weigh in, Ms. Bennett?
I would just say, and I think our sponsor said it in the beginning, this is an issue where we're balancing the need for public safety and the need for people's safety. Will County recently, there was a possibility of expanding the Expressway CAM Act to Will County, and that city council raised some concerns, and it was across the board, Democrats and Republicans. It wasn't party related, because they were concerned with this idea of warrantless surveillance. So we're trying to strike the right balance. We're committed to having the conversation, and thank you in advance for supporting it.
Well, and if I can just weigh in, I did have a bill similar to this in the past, and I also passed one that addressed the issues specifically toward immigration and reproductive health care. And, you know, we've been working on these issues, trying to balance the needs of law enforcement and privacy rights way back since the drone days, which were fun. But I will say, I agree, this is a powerful public safety tool, which has made a real impact on carjackings in my area and otherwise. But yet, what we're seeing, the political climate today, there's definitely a need for an understanding and assessment of how we're impacting people's privacy rights and their individual safety. So I think we're all on the same page here, hoping for a good result that balances these very important needs. So thank you. Anything else to add?
I do. I just want to thank you for allowing me to bring this forward. Please know we will continue the conversations. And I just want to say that I believe that public safety and personal rights are not competing values, and that's why this legislation is something that I really look forward to continued conversations. I believe that they must and should go hand in hand in Illinois. So thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And with that, Leader Rita moves to pass on House Bill 5151. And partisan leave having been granted, with 8 votes in favor, 4 opposed, and 0 voting present, House Bill 5151 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you. Okay, Representative Katz-Moll, we're ready for you. And with that, I will put Leader Rita in the chair.
All right, Rita's in the chair. We'll proceed with House Bill 5319. You may proceed.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. We're here on House Bill 5319. This is the Community College Baccalaureate Bill. As many of the KID members will remember, we had extensive discussion and testimony about this bill last May. The bill that we're coming back with today is essentially the identical bill. We have put it in a new vehicle so that it will appear with the title Community College Baccalaureate Bill. There are two tiny amendments. One is a cleanup to the same federal language we've been doing for a lot of the education bills to focus on equity of student access, outcome, and completion. And the other is to move up the effective date. It is beyond that, otherwise the extensively negotiated bill from last session. Our plan is to hold for discussion, but no amendments at this time. We did last time have quite a bit of testimony with one exception. Dr. Avis Proctor from one of my home community colleges, Harper College, was unable to come on short notice. She is the person who inspired me to carry this bill. And so if the committee has a moment or two to give her leave just to share her testimony, I would appreciate that. Thank you, Chair Rita.
Hold on 1 minute, please. All right, so here's what we're going to do. And just hang tight here. I'd ask that we pull House Bill 5319 out of the record for a moment, and we're going to move to do some other action on some other bills. And we'll come back to you today. All right? And so we'll move to Representative Cuellar. Is she here? Cuellar. Did I get it right, Angie? Representative Angie, you got two measures here. What was that?
and Office of the Statewide Interoperability Coordinator to strengthen Illinois emergency communications ecosystem. It allows at the SIEC to designate subcommittees necessary to effectuate its responsibilities. I'm open for questions, and I also have here, I'll let him introduce himself.
And for the witness, I can't see them there right now. We got two of them, proponents, what's it, Kimberly, all with the, no, that's wrong. Illinois Valley Community College and Illinois State Police.
Here for questions, sir.
Any questions from committee members? Seeing none. Representative Smith moves to pass on House Bill 5369, leave being granted of 12 voting yes, no one voting no, no one voting present. Measure be reported to House floor. And you get 5274.
Correct. All right. So House Bill 5274 is an ISP omnibus that seeks to clean up various aspects of the Illinois State Police law to update the law and mitigate audit findings, such as updating the ISP Academy training curriculum to include trauma-informed practices, making the Division of Patrol the lead state agency for administrating the motor carrier safety assistance program, and removing the requirement for forensic analysis to submit separate notarized statements along with their forensic lab reports. And again, a member of the ISP if we have any questions.
All right. Is there any for Illinois State Police are the only proponents? Any questions from committee members? See none. Representative Smith moves to pass on House Bill 5274 with leave being granted 12 voting yes, no one voting no, no one voting present. This measure be reported to House floor.
Thank you so much, committee members.
From your chair, we're going to move to House Bill 5130.
you, Chairman. House Bill 5130 is an initiative from JCAR, and this creates a new tool in the toolbox for our Joint Committee on Administrative Rules. And just as a reminder, JCAR serves as really an important body as an extension of us, the legislature, making sure that bills that we pass are implemented successfully in conjunction with various state agencies and other groups. Entering the room is our executive director of JCAR, Kim Schultz. And Kim, I don't know if you'll need to testify here, but I just want to introduce all of us here in the House Executive Committee to Kim and her team, who does such an outstanding job on behalf of all of us, making sure the bills that we pass are implemented successfully, that rulemaking is adopted in accordance with the wishes of the legislature and of our Statutes and Administrative Procedures Act. This bill today brings forward a new tool because in the course of various rulemaking activities, we sometimes run into issues with not many, but a few state organizations that use a board of an appointed board from the governor to make the decisions for their organization. So there are a number of examples. There's an elevator safety review board, a state police merit board, certainly capital development board, and other organizations. Often we find that in the spirit of negotiating on rulemaking, that board may only meet on a quarterly basis. And as a result, JCAR meets monthly throughout the entire year. And we always have a ticking clock of how we need to move forward rules in a timely manner. And if we run out of time on that clock, the outcome may not be to any of our liking. So this bill introduces a new tool for JCAR to designate an agency as unresponsive, and then gives our committee an additional 45 days of time on the clock for rulemaking, so that board that may only meet on a quarterly basis, we can get to their next board meeting. they can make a decision on the substance of our negotiations, come back at the next JCAR meeting, hopefully for an agreed solution. Happy to answer any questions, and I know Kim is here as well. And again, Kim, thank you so much for your leadership and your team at JCAR.
All right. Would you like to say something, or if we could go right to committee questions? Representative Davis Meyer.
Yep. Leader Spain, I'll give you a yes vote just to get it to the floor. I can't guarantee anything. I'd like to take a deeper dive into what we're really trying to do here, but I'll help you get it out of committee today.
Thank you, Leader, and that's certainly in the spirit of all of our discussions today. I appreciate the charity from you.
All right, is there any other questions from members? He's being consistent, though. Seeing none, Representative Cabello moves to pass and House Bill 5130. Is there leave being granted? 12 voting yes, no one voting no, no one voting present. This measure will be reported to the House floor. Thank you. All right, we're going to move back to Representative Katz-Ball on House Bill 5319. And I know we're in the middle of this here, but if you want to just like restart back over here and we'll get you going.
you. I don't need to repeat the full context again. Like I said, we are here on the almost identical bill with those two technical amendments that I raised. Was looking to move this. We're going to hold for conversations only, no amendment. And I have Dr. Proctor here with me. The others are just in case there were questions, but there was ample discussion last time, so they're only here as needed. They're not otherwise presenting.
You want to give a little brief what we're doing here?
Do you want me to repeat the stuff from last time too? I was on purpose trying not to.
We could do a little bit. I mean,
okay, we'll do a little bit more. House Bill 5319, once again, is the Community College Baccalaureate bill, which should make Illinois 25th state in the nation to join the programs that have community college baccalaureate degrees in high-need workforce areas nationwide. It is the identical bill to the highly negotiated bill from last session, with only the two small technical amendments, the one to move up the effective date and the one to match the federal cleanup language we've done in other education bills. We had a large panel for testimony in May, which most of you are here for, but there was one key witness who was not able to make it on that date. That was Dr. Avis Proctor, president of Harper College.
So here, are you going to have a couple of amendments coming, or do we do them prior?
No amendments.
No amendments.
The bill that has been filed already contains the two small
it's hard
changes.
to hear with them doors open.
It is, I totally understand. I was having a hard time hearing both you and Chair Williams before.
Okay.
That
So
got
no
a little
amendments.
better. Okay.
Because you
Bill
mentioned
will
two
have no amendments. I am drawing to the committee's attention that this bill is identical to the bill that we sent to second last year, but for those two small things, moving up the effective date and doing the same cleanup we've done for other federal bill language. That's it. Everything else is the same. We intend no amendment. We are holding only for discussions.
Okay. Would you like anyone that's with you to say a few words?
Thank you. Good morning. Chair Williams, Vice Chair Rita, and members of the House Executive Committee. I am Dr. Avis Proctor, the sixth president of William Rainey Harper College since 2019. We serve 23 communities in the northwest suburbs of Chicago, and I'm also the current chair for the Illinois Council of Community College Presidents. I'm here today to talk to you about what I see as a vital and critical opportunity before us to strategically meet the educational needs of Illinoisans, address workforce demands of our industries, and to do it in a collaborative way, prioritizing the goals of the Illinois Board of Higher Education Strategic Plan, titled A Thriving Illinois. On page 47 of that plan, it plainly calls for us to evaluate near-term and long-term impacts impacts on the higher education ecosystem of establishing authority for community colleges to offer baccalaureate degree programs in specific fields. As some of you may know, I spent my career in Florida before coming to Illinois in 2019. Florida is one of 24 states in the country with community college baccalaureates, or CCBs, as known for short. Florida CCBs were authorized in 2001 when the Florida legislature recognized a statewide strategy was needed to improve the quality of life and economic well-being of the state and its residents. In collaboration with our regional universities and to avoid duplication, we identified disciplines to offer CCBs to address workforce gaps, all while increasing access to the bachelor degree for students from various backgrounds. Over 20 years later, the primary mission of community colleges stays intact in Florida, as baccalaureate degree program enrollment remains as less than 10% of the Florida college system institutions' total enrollment. Further, according to a 2021 University of Florida research study, to answer the question on bachelor degree competition, the authors conclude that the concerns related to the potential negative impact of CCBs on public four-year institutions and private, non-profit, private universities appear to be, quote, unfounded. As a 2021 New America study showed that most students earning CCBs were aged 30 and above. Clearly, these are non-traditional students who needed a local, affordable option to upskill. As of Monday afternoon of this week, we have 124 employer endorsements and more coming in since then. These represent signatories from CEOs and executives, including 19 business associations, 27 hospitals, healthcare providers, including some representing multiple hospitals, and 25 manufacturers. Let's pause momentarily and look back to more than a century ago, when William Rainey Harper, the first president of the University of Chicago, had a bold vision to change higher education. He positioned our state as a leader with the creation of the nation's first public community college, Joliet Junior College. Now, today, we are faced with a similar opportunity to strategically shift the higher educational landscape for Illinois once again, with innovation and a statewide strategy. The bill before you was crafted with several stakeholders: ICCB, Illinois Community College Board representatives, Illinois Board of Higher Education representatives, community college presidents, public university presidents, representatives from private universities, and our governor's office with multiple opportunities for universities to weigh in. I want to be clear, community colleges are not trying to be universities. We're not trying to replicate them. We are looking to live in the workforce gap and drive economic growth with CCB graduates in select fields and empower working adults and their families. This is what our focus is, and this is what we're asking for. To continue to serve and drive economic growth and mobility for our students, our communities, and our state. Our work on this issue needs to be informed by the data, student experiences, and employer needs. More specifically, the Thriving Illinois Plan calls for us to re-engage adults to address untapped human capital. Through the data, we know that about 1.7 million adults, 25 and older, with some college or no degree, exist in Illinois. And we also have another 3.1 million adults who have only a high school diploma, GED, or less. Through the data, national studies showed that only 16% of community college transfers are actually earning a bachelor's degree within 6 years. When you take a closer look, those outcomes are more dire. Low income and adults 25 or older are earning bachelor's degrees within 6 years at the rate of 11% and only 6% for adults 25 or older. The student experience, our working adults, our community college students who primarily work place-bound, 75% work while enrolled, and the average CCB student nationwide is 31 to 32 years old. For working adults and place-bound students, cost, distance, and rigid scheduling make traditional university bachelor's programs out of reach. In terms of the student demand, it reflects the untapped market. 86% of community college students say they would pursue a local bachelor's degree, and 40% would reconsider owning one if it were available at their community college. I want to share with you, and I think it's important to lift up a student story. A student enrolled in an associate's degree program in 2006, withdrew, enrolled in another associate's degree program in 2016, and finally that local bachelor's degree option they were able to earn in 2023. Several years to earn that bachelor's degree. I will conclude my remarks by saying let's not have this be another session where we just talk about the opportunities, but really make sure that we're bringing forward workforce development opportunities for our students, for our employers, and for our state. We can do this together.
Thank you. Should we go to committee members for questions? Representative Cabello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few members on our side of the aisle have brought up some questions that maybe you can give us some answers to. In the language, it says the community college district shall demonstrate how the baccalaureate degree program will demonstrate improved equity in student access, enrollment, and completion. Can you expand on what that actually means for us, or what the intent is?
To reflect the data that was presented just here now, older students especially are not graduating at the rates that we would hope. And so when we show that we want to put together a program and we've got a proposal and we've got 2 dozen or 4 dozen students, and look, they're all over 30 and they aren't completing now when they will complete then, showing some reflection that we're improving student access, enrollment, and completion regardless of the demographics of the students involved.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members? Representative Spain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the sponsor. Representative, you in your opening remarks, and thank you first of all for bringing this forward. I know this is a heavy lift and it's involved a lot of discussions. But you made a comment that it was your intent to hold the bill on second for further discussion, but it was also your intent to have no further amendments. So I just wanted to understand that a little more fully.
It's just a big bill, so I want to make sure I circle back to the leadership team and make sure all ducks are in a row before we go forward.
Okay, but this is it for committee. And this is the
20 hours of sweat equity went into building this bill. This is the amendment that all of the 4 years have officially slipped as neutral on. All of the community colleges are excited. This is the final product, and we're really excited about it.
Okay, I just want to make sure and clarify that this is at least what we expect. Your expectations is the bill sponsored, but this is the final vote for committee.
Precisely. I have no intention to come back.
Okay. And I thank you for your work on this. I intend to vote yes here to advance the bill out of committee. And please, if you wouldn't mind, keep us all informed on any further discussions that you have. You know, this is a committee composed of various leadership and officers, but just would appreciate staying in touch and understanding some of the next steps as we move forward.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you to both caucuses, both sets of leadership. As everybody knows, this bill has a robust sponsor list that includes people from all corners of the state, all leadership, both parties. We'll continue to keep all of those lines of communication open because this is a big win for every part of the state.
Great, thank you.
Representative West. Oh, he's good. Why don't we do this? Chair Williams has a question, and I'll put her back in the chair because this is our last bill, right?
Well, thank you.
Oh,
I back in the chair. Williams back in the chair.
I was going to say we didn't do the witness slips if we could waive them. So we agreed to waive the witness slips. You're back in the chair.
God, it's hard getting that chairmanship back from Bob sometimes. Williams back in the chair. Thank you. I wanted to just thank you for your hard work. I know how hard you and your coalition have worked. Just to clarify, I wouldn't characterize this as an agreed bill. Not every stakeholder is in support. Would that be accurate?
At this point, it is correct and documented in the witness slips that all of the four-year universities are neutral on the bill, and we have a robust list of supporters, including the nearly 150 businesses and employers in the community colleges.
Okay. I think I personally appreciate you willing to hold it for a while, just so we can all, everyone's got 1,000 different things going on, just all get comfortable with this big change in the law and the great opportunities obviously have been discussed here today, but it's a change, and it's a change that is sometimes needs a little more just time for people to get comfortable with. So thank you for being willing to do that. I myself am just learning about these issues. Luckily, there's a great team of advocates on the community college side and very passionate people that can answer any questions that are still outstanding, because the process is, even though you've been working for hours and hours, it's a newer topic for some of us, so we do appreciate that extra time. Is that it then for questions and comments? Okay, I think seeing no further debate, Okay. I think I'm doing it. Okay, great. Leader Hernandez. Moves to pass on House Bill 5319 with leave being granted. There are a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 voting present. And with that, House Bill 5319 is declared passed and will be favorably recorded to the House floor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And seeing no further business before the executive committee this morning, we shall recess until the call of the chair.
Recording stopped.